Fucking heavy leather and shit seems like it sells.
Yeah, it does, actually. I have made a lot of gold. I got 241 gold from selling herbs and skinning. It's pretty fucking insane. Oh, I didn't grab that flight path. I'm a piece of shit. I'm sorry about that. So if I find another guild, are you gonna stay raiding with these guys? I'm just curious. I don't care.
I mean,
You might as well.
well, not, I mean, I would rather be in a day guild too. So, but, you know,
Yeah.
maybe try to get another, I don't know, get a hard mode weapon or something would
Well,
be cool.
looks like they're gonna do hard mode Cerealis on the 10 man, so you should definitely do that with them. I wish those dudes would have transferred.
I fucking keep forgetting that I have to do a 10 man myself this week.
Yeah, I need to. Ooh. I need
Do
to
you
get
not have the regular Panther on?
the regular what?
Are you still on the young Panther?
I think so, yeah. No, I
But
guess not. Oh yeah, I am. I still got Panther Mastery. Fuck me.
I ran out because you killed the littler one so fast that it's like I don't really contribute.
I'm
Uh,
making there. You're gonna leave anyway. I'll just catch up to you.
I mean, I'm down. Yeah, but whatever. I'm just getting the last three of these.
Listen, I'm not worried about it. The only thing I worry about is you.
Oh, that's nice.
I can tell when you're hurting. But I've also accepted that there's nothing I can do. Angrily accepted, but have accepted. Alright, I'm gonna go do this. Oh wait, no, I need tiger stuff. Fuck me. Do 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 do. Do you wanna take my heart, you white bitch? They said, hey bitch, do you wanna get stuck with my God damn. Casey, you're saving your sharp claws and large fangs, right?
Yeah, but I'm not finding any sharp claws.
Just don't be a bitch about it. Make sure you're saving them. That's what's important.
It's too far away.
Okay.
This Jungle Secrets NPC is standing right here, but I can't talk to him. So maybe I'm not ready. Probably gotta turn in Private Thorson. He's right where I am right now.
That's some fucking bullshit. And I'm sorry. I'm gonna kill this tiger, I'm gonna run up there, I'm gonna make more kratom, and then I'm gonna leave you guys alone. Because this day cannot get any worse.
Casey, are you there?
Yeah.
Do you make it your business to do the Green Hills of Stranglethorn every time you level, or do you not care about it?
What now? What was the question?
No, but do you know what I mean, or what I'm talking about when I say the Green Hills of Stranglethorn?
Oh, the pages.
Yeah,
I've never actually done all the pages.
okay. Well, I don't think I have either. Maybe this is uh, rude. I don't know, but I had guessed that maybe you were the kind of person to see that through, like by default. I kind of want to try it.
What happens if you complete it? Do you get a quest or something?
Wait, it's a big long quest itself. And I don't, you get some cool reward maybe, but it's just the biggest pain in the ass. Unless maybe there's so many people you can just buy them all now.
I think I considered just trying to buy all the pages one time, but then I saw how expensive they got sometimes, and I just said, forget it. Who cares?
Yeah. Last question. Where do you go to Stormwind, to the Slaughtered Land, to train your abilities? The under, like the basement and the bar and the mage area?
To train my lock?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate going here because it's so far out of the way, so I was wondering if you had a better spot. Just got Curse of the Elements.
They were all about that last night.
And Shadow Warrior. Oh yeah, yeah.
Like they were freaking the fuck out.
What's it? That guy, I'll say, that guy who was calling people out and like had this gruff, like, of course you're fucking up, and this is exactly what you're doing. Um, he was like an angel, frankly, because that's one of those guilds they don't like.
Was that circle jerk?
I don't know. I thought.
Because he yelled at
Yeah.
me when I was lagging out, and there's just nothing I could do. I just laughed.
I thought it was maybe a warlock, but I don't know. I have no idea whose name goes to. But he just, I'm glad, like he knew the fights and he could see what was going on. That shit with like the mark was awful, and then people just not doing little things that cost basically nothing, but like a second of their time. Getting cursive elements out on a boss is like, or anything, is just unheard of.
What does the curse do again?
It's the 13% magic damage, and it reduces their resistance, I believe, which some bosses actually have resistance.
You're not gonna want to run this, right?
What are you doing? What is it for?
See what they want. Either SMGY, crawl, or fuck, even Nomer, I guess. I don't know. They were just messaging me. Just need.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna run up there, and I don't want to wait for everyone to run up, but magically somebody's like, I can hearth, whatnot. I would do.
I'm gonna.
Number guns probably like that place has got to be the best next to SM.
Fuck it, we'll do Nomer. Fucking do Nomer. I don't give a shit. Fucking A. Thank you. Ah, you fucking cunt. Alright, sorry. I fucking hate people.
Yes.
Yes, I do. It's like a fucking Native American man. I don't need this shit.
Yeah, just balance it and fill it.
Okay, this priest is gonna heal.
Nick, how do you feel if you were to become the last Native American, like in Mr. Show?
How do I feel?
How do you feel if you became the last Native American, like the one in Mr. Show, where you're just playing cards on a cooler with people who pass by?
That'll happen one day, man.
We're not watching a man, waiting for a man to die. We're watching a man live his life. Is what we're. Oh, I think somebody's yelling at me from outside.
Roger that, brother. I'll talk to you soon. We're gonna do no more. We just need a DPS if you want to go, but no worries if you don't.
Alright, fuck it, I'll go. Sorry.
I mean, it'll be good. It'll be good for you.
Sure, the number's gonna take longer than whatever, but it doesn't matter. Fuck it.
Man, graveyard's like 15 minutes, but travel time included fucking sucks colonist dick. Damn it.
Hey there. Be careful.
You know what I mean? Dude, I don't know why I'm getting so hung up on, you know, this shit. I just feel bad.
Colonist ship?
My dad, my white dad would be so pissed off at me. And you know, you get it. I gotta fly all the way to. Oh wait, actually, I'll just take the.
Wait,
flight.
the Pally's tanking?
Yeah, and Dark Shadow's gonna fucking heal. So, she said she could try, and I said you'll be fine. Fucking joke. I have like 4 quests for Nomer too. They said you fucking dead. You piece
Hello.
of shit now.
Farewell. See you around. Be careful. Safe travels. Have a good one.
God.
Good day to you. King's honor, friend. Be careful.
Hey, by the way, when you asked if Casey did the Green Hills of Stranglethorn quest, that was really nice.
Oh, that's good.
Right back. I'm on flight. I'm en route. Tyler, do you do well in the heat? Would you prefer it to be warm or cold? Mm-hmm. Understandable. Oh, I got a train, dude. I got a fucking train.
Would you like to purchase something? Hey. You have a great day
What
now.
can I do for you? See you soon. How are ya?
Really? That's...
Safe travels.
What? Who the fuck are you? Are you there, Tyler? Okay, you're just not talking. Alright, cool. Hello?
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 Cool.
Cool.
next to me so I can share this shit with you. Oh, your fucking quest log is full. Okay, tell me when you've cleaned it out. What are you talking
I'm out of range.
This is fucking weird.
I need to get can't do that.
I'm killing these fucking things.
It's too
Help if you want. Why are we doing this? For the punch?
I need to get closer.
Whatever. Whatever. I don't.
Too far
Who
away.
the fuck is this thing? Weird.
It's too far away. I'm out of range.
What are we doing, guys? Let's go to the dungeon.
I don't have enough. I need to get out of range.
All out of patience. Let's go to the dungeon. This fucking shit is no fun for someone. That someone is me. I'm gonna lose my mind. Tyler would be right if he left right now. Because I feel like this is going down. Because the shit is fucking annoying. Annoying. Never ever made a prismatic punch card and they don't fucking know how. Motherfucking shit. Shit. You fucking bitch. Who fucking cares? Goddamn memory. Let's go, baby. Well, I push my fingers into my eyes, and there's a reason for that. It's the only thing that slowly stops the ache, and I was planning on that. Do 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 do, where the fuck is homeboy? Oh my god. I'm just gonna pull because this fucking thing. You better be on the phone with your fucking girlfriend, Taylor. Fucking pet out. Oh, there he is. Waltzing in. It's okay, dude. I'm just doing your job. Don't you fucking worry about me. I'll just get another DPS. Why not? Damn, one of you dogs fucking stinks. Jesus Christ. Ugh. Ain't funny. Are you actually on the phone? What? Fuck it. I'm gonna listen to some shit. Oh, come on, let's play. Keep playing, baby. Let's play. Doing it. You doing this today?
I'm back.
Excellent.
I'm back.
Did I mute myself? Can you hear me?
I can't loot that.
Excellent.
What?
Can you hear me? Or did I mute myself? Did I mute myself? Can you hear me?
What?
It's too low.
fucking wishing a knife would infect my body with death. That's right, I want the infection to spread. Infect my body with death. I put your picture, wow. You called me a fag today.
Good date.
I fucking hate this event. That's right, I want
Yeah, I don't even
the
have.
infection.
Oh, my fucking quest log's full.
Yeah, I said that like 5 times.
Sorry.
Here,
Um,
clean it
hold
up.
on,
Make sure.
moving shit. I'll get rid of 3 if you got any need to share, that'd be cool, but it's not a big deal.
Do you got any,
1 sec, sorry.
did you get the tech bot one or did you not get that one?
Yeah, I already did that.
Did I share this one?
I got that.
No. I can't share no game. I don't know what that fucking thing is. I've never done the prismatic punch card. I have no idea how to do it, but I think it's like Green Hills and just fucking annoying, isn't it?
Yeah. Right back.
Are you okay?
I need to get work.
I'm gonna ask when you get back too, just to make sure. I put your addiction away.
What's he talking about?
Who?
Oh shit.
What, did he die?
You got trapped in there.
Somebody named Ninefeather keeps messaging me and saying weird shit like, I can't bring my paladin much too high for Nomer. And shit like that.
Oh cool, so there's oh fuck, it came out.
Dick alert. Dark, you're gonna die. Who were you talking to on the phone, Tyler? Howard?
He didn't get trapped again, did he?
I don't know why he's doing that. It seems stupid, doesn't it? Huh? Yeah. Man, baby. So are you just not talking to me?
I guess I'm talking a good bit less.
Okay. Gotcha.
I don't know how far it puts you, but the fact that he died twice, or rather he got stuck twice, tell us all something.
What does it tell us?
Well, he may have ADHD, but he may just be stupid. You never can tell between the two, even brain scans can't. You have to consult your common sense.
What's up? What are you doing? Excellent. I am streaming with Tyler and Casey. Well, Casey's on, but should be back at some point. Everything going good with you? What's wrong? Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. That's how it is. When I was really skinny, and you know. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck him. Yeah. Fuck him. Of course, yeah. Hmm. Well, but other than that, your day's going okay? Good. Good. Very good. I'm glad to hear that, baby. Yeah, exactly. Things are looking up. I'm excited for all of us. Um, yeah, that is great. I'm very excited for you. Very excited for you, my love. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just excited. Sorry. I don't feel good. My stomach feels weird. Yeah, and I'm streaming, so I don't want to get up, but I'm gonna have to. Yeah. But anyway, nice. Nice. What time are you home today? 3:30. Yeah. Whatever you think is clever. Yeah.
That way it's hundreds for
Yeah.
Everybody's just gonna take straight to Vegas. So.
Of course he is, yeah.
Ooh, speaking of, you know what? I just thought of something too. What are we gonna use for our carry-on?
That duffel bag I thought that we just got somewhere around the house.
I think it might be too big, and it's smelly and gross.
Okay, then I don't know. I don't want to purchase anything, so if we can find something, maybe we'll use your mom's suitcase.
That's not a bad idea either.
Yeah.
We just need to get online and look and see what the carry-on.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Kind of like a you have to be this tall to ride this ride sort of thing.
Yeah, I know what it is. I've seen it. But, everything else is going good?
Yeah, not too shabby. I mean,
Okay.
it's a pretty easy day. And what I thought was going to get home was not. I literally only talked to him like half an hour ago. Usually he's around the house.
Yeah.
Getting tired from time to time. Because he's not at work. I literally never seen him not be here for 1 day. He's here for 1 day, which I find it hard to believe because people tell me that when he's on his you just come every single fucking day and stay till 7:30 every day.
Well, he's the right-hand man of Hitler, so
Yeah. No.
whatever his name
He's
is.
quickly burning out.
Yeah. It is. He'll figure it out, or he'll move to a different store, whatever. Yeah. Yeah, because that's gonna happen.
It makes my life a lot easier, I tell you what.
Yeah, he knows.
Well, yeah, Andy's starting to trip about money, I'm sure.
She just has to work. I mean, he bought her a salon, so that's good. Yeah.
It's so much easier to run something when you're not the newest person there. Like, once you start getting people underneath you, it's a whole lot easier to run the rest of your store. It's just like, yeah, because everybody feels like you don't know anything. I'm like, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
No, we just broke up pretty good. We've been in that industry for 10, 12, 13 years. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
people in her salon. So that blows my mind.
Silly.
Like, it's the same anywhere you go. Same dynamic anywhere you go. No matter what industry you're in. Move your son. I'd much rather be doing this.
Oh yeah. I get it. Well, I love you, baby.
I love you, sweetheart. Oh, for this thing this morning, oh my God. I'm so embarrassed.
Of course it is, yeah, but I get it.
Are you okay?
Yeah, my stomach is just grumbling. It's, and it's an uncomfortable grumbling, like I'm having cramps in it. Sorry.
Jalapeno fries. You want to do sandwiches again today?
Sure, whatever you want to do, my love. That sounds good.
I thought that'd be nice.
Yeah, let's do that. I think I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Honey. I love you too. I love you. Bye. need mana? You good on mana?
I'm good on mana. I'm probably gonna leave though, because this is retarded. I didn't realize Homeboy was fucking. Maybe he just leveled or something, but
I'm losing
he's
turrets.
40, and all of a sudden we're getting 17 XP per kill. We were getting well over 100.
I didn't even realize he was that fucking high.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just leave. I don't want to
Well,
watch this.
do your thing. I'm sorry.
No, it's
Yeah,
my
I'm just
bad.
gonna leave. All right, I'm gonna go pick up my shit. I'll be back.
Okay.
Love, man.
I'm totally bored.
Thank you.
Here's another song from my record with Rick. This is called Unsettled.
We've crash landed on an uncharted planet.
On March 10th,
There's something out there.
from the writers of A Quiet Place. 65 million years ago,
Run!
humans discovered Earth. Watch tab. Rated PG-13.
Funny concept.
Hey, what up, boys? So, you and I, we're not a large channel, are we? We're just a small team of copium addicts hoping the MMORPG genre will get better under the mantle of a self-funded passion project. Over the years, we've been huffing the good stuff. There have been many games that have come, taken a giant shit in front of our eyes in the form of their marketing campaigns, left a disgusting wet stank in it form of the bin mantle copium addicts hoping the MMORPG genre will get better under the mantle of a self-funded passion project. Over the years, we've been huffing the good stuff. There have been many games that have come, taken a giant shit in front of our eyes in the form of their marketing campaigns, left a disgusting wet stank in its wake, and then disappointed us to no end. I won't name any names because unfortunately, modern day MMORPG audiences can't handle the truth. However, recently, an MMO has popped up seemingly out of the blue that has caught my attention. I've all but ignored minor projects up until this point, but this time, I actually want to give PAX Day my attention because, I'll admit, I was sold by their pitch, not for its next generation graphics or gameplay, not for any kind of groundbreaking promises, but because for the first time since I started making videos, Mainframe, the developer of this game, have actually announced their project correctly. And I'm excited to discuss this with you all today, but before we get into that, our patrons and I would love for you to grab yourself a go bag killer, because PAX Day is a sandbox PvX MMO that reminds me a lot of Mortal Online 2. Whoa, I didn't finish, sir. Reminds me a lot of Mortal Online 2 if it wasn't utter unplayable dog shit. And if everything we discussed today pans out as planned, I think we have a winner on our hands that might just release before 2077. Now, with all that bollocks out of the way,
The Queen of Country! Let's begin, shall we?
so right off the bat, I just want to say that this is how you announce a project to the public. No begging for pledges, no unrealistic promises, just a straight up, to the point talk about the game and its vision with enough solid gameplay to give us a clear indicator of what type of game it's going to be. PAX Day is a social sandbox MMO inspired by the legends of the medieval era, focusing on community and emergent gameplay at its core. Overall, it is pretty much exactly what Mortal Online 2 should have been. In more layman's terms, with the current information we know, from my perspective, this game feels much closer to Rust or Ark with a slight MMO twist, and as our video progresses, we'll discuss these MMO aspects in more detail. From the announcement, Mainframe and its team seem very switched on and mature, not throwing any kind of useless buzzwords out there to weave fake promises of groundbreaking tech, just a straight-up solid sandbox-esque game utilizing the power of Unreal Engine 5's tools to deliver its player-driven content in both PvE and PvP settings. The game is being designed with the PC platform in mind, however, the team want to expand into other consoles and handhelds because of the nature of Unreal Engine 5's compatibility. However, initially, Mainframe are just focused on launching the game on Steam for the moment, indicating to me at least that they have their priorities straight when it comes to development. Thank God for that. But all this is useless without the context of gameplay. So let's talk about that using the few limited clips that we saw during this showcase. It looks like this game is utilizing a third-person action combat style that offers free aiming with bows and ranged weapons, and a very Dark Souls style of combat. Pretty much everything kids these days have been asking for. There were multiple clips showing off the ranged combat with the bows, but only one clip really showing off the melee combat. But as you can see, it is pretty much some kind of Dark Souls, New World, or Conan Exiles type of combat that appeals to pretty much everyone. Now, even though it is plastered on the screen for you, a reminder Reminder that this is just pre-alpha gameplay, and there's likely a very specific reason why we only see a little bit of the actual combat for now. Personally, I'm pleased to see this style of sandbox MMO go in this direction because I thoroughly enjoyed Conan Exiles as a game, and I'm excited to see a next generation medieval themed MMO push the boundaries of what it can do within the sandbox genre.
Hey!
So, as a new player, you're stationed in a place called the Heartlands. Within this space, you're pretty much safe and protected from threats and PvP by what is known as the Divine Peace. In the Heartlands, it seems players are able to build, create communities, gather basic materials and craft weapons, armor and consumables in a tiered crafting bench system. The one we saw in the clip was an alchemy station, but there are no doubt many more, like a blacksmith.
I feel like this is going well. Just wish I knew what she was thinking.
Bundle, let's save. Bundle, let's save. Bundle all day, yeah. Bundle, let's save.
This is where we belong. Exploring this vast and wondrous world. Its treasures call out to be discovered. Its ancient secrets beckon us ever deeper into the unknown. The further we journey from the safety of the light, the greater the rewards and the dangers. This world, it is for us. Here, together, we can build ourselves a home.
Google it then. Again. I'll Google it. I gotta get my fucking computer. This is fucking stupid. Yeah, there's no release date, is there? I love it. And then it was just me.
I need to get closer.
I killed the sun kid. What are you? Fucking highwayman? Jesus Christ. Sign up for the alpha, that's for sure, baby. Just wanting a good MMO, aren't we, boys? Aren't we, guys? I'd say so. Oh, hey, there's a highway. Goodbye. Oh, there's another one. Good. You need to prepare. Prepare to die. That seemed like... That's what I'd say to him. Seemed like a good dude. Oh, shit. Fucking staff clips. Clips. Where'd homeboy go? He was right here. Fucking hurt him. Whatever. Goodbye. Here's a wrath. Here I am, wrath you like a hurricane. Remember, baby? I got 34 alright. Well, I guess I didn't stick around. Now I guess I'm gonna stick around. Oh, hey, baby. Got some explaining to do. Oh shit, I'm not spending this time. Reconnection successful, was it not? Connected? Sorry guys, I don't know why it was doing that. Totally forgot. Here I am. Fuck you like a hurricane. Come on, come on, come on. I wanna fuck you. Here I am. You.
Hey there. See you around. Farewell. Have a good one. Need help? Be careful.
Mare's. Where is Mare's cow? Oh, God. Let's go do this one.
The leather working station, and anything else you can think of within this style of game. Again, Mortal Online 2 comes into mind here, and this is where the casual and hardcore players begin to mix. As a solo or casual player, much like any sandbox game, you do have an important role to play, gathering rare materials, progressing deep into certain professions, offering your services to those hardcore players who are focusing on the combat and PvP side of the game. This is the same concept in all PvX games, MMO or not. You don't need to participate in PvP and the drama that's happening, but the fact that it is happening gives the world purpose and context, something very sorely missing from our currently popular MMOs. Without said context or purpose, the economy doesn't exist, and a sandbox game is nothing without its economy. Just because the game has PvP doesn't mean the players who don't like PvP have no place in it. This is the exact purpose of the Heartlands. It gives non-hardcore or PvP players a location to settle and progress, meet up with their friends, and build a community through socialization and through the physical gameplay of building as well. But what happens next? When you're settled in the Heartlands and have a nice place to live, progressed your crafting as far as it will go, what does this game actually offer as content? Well, they didn't discuss much about the specifics behind the delivery of it, but PAX Day offers its adventures outside the borders of the Heartlands. Once you pass these borders, you're no longer protected by the Divine Peace and are subject to both PvP and increased PvE threats. They mention the further out from the Heartlands you go, the more dangerous it gets, hinting that they will be touching upon legends, myths, and fables that were around during medieval times. The example we saw was a demonic being, but it will no doubt also involve more typical medieval myths and fables like the manticore, mermaids, ogres, wyverns, and unicorns, just to name a few. They could even touch upon some really interesting stories out there, like two tribes of centaurs battling against each other, or the demonic corruption of a dragon egg and the process of cleansing it. The potential of this is really wild, and when we learn more about the delivery of this, I think it will make or break the game. They mentioned a lot about procedural generation, so if that means that these pockets of land outside the Heartlands are generated per server randomly like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, or if they're separate instances like a grid, we simply don't know. However, they claim it will be massive, but this is par for the course when Unreal Engine 5 is involved. Overall, the game not only looks great, but the team, the way they describe their philosophies and direction, definitely feels like a genuine attempt at putting out a unique, solid game. Mainframe are not asking for a penny right now, and from this initial gameplay discussion, I for one am excited to see what comes from this MMO and have most certainly put it on my wish list. But as usual, I am just one nerd desperate for a good MMO, and my opinion means nothing without yours in the comments below. And as I said, I think this game reminds me a lot of something like Conan Exiles, but with a slight MMO twist.
My mommy always said there were no monsters, no real ones, but there are.
Yes, there are.
What did they tell little kids then?
Most of the time it's true.
Did one of those things go inside her?
I don't know, Newt. That's the truth.
Isn't that how babies come? I mean, people babies, they go inside you.
That's very different.
Did you ever have a baby?
Yes, I did. I had a little girl.
Where is she?
She's gone.
You mean dead?
From the beginning, it had been the dreams, the visions of monsters in the dark, leading a path to light, to the mother. Hicks and Newt had attributed the nightly terrors to their past trauma on Acheron, a mental scarring left more vivid and deep than any wound suffered from the burns of the alien's acid blood. But others on Earth began sharing these dreams and hearing the call. The cultists, who freed bionational specimens, believed them to be a spiritual calling, an invitation to join a higher purpose, to belong. Now, the Earth belonged to the alien, to her. Ripley spoke little of her years in exile, but the dreams were consistent. 15 years, maybe enough time for a professional dreamer to interpret their meaning. The dreams were transmissions, not meant for the human race, but received nonetheless. She had heard the complete transmission intercepted by the Nostromo decades prior. She had felt the call of the mother. Ripley considered the details of her final conversation with the android, Ash, the traitor, aboard the Nostromo. He had asked if she made an attempt to communicate with the alien. It seemed impossible. But now, she and her new crew aboard the Kurtz were following the call to the true planet of origin, to the Queen of all aliens. Hicks leaned over Farrell's shoulder and scanned the readout on the planet. Atmosphere's breathable, but just barely, he said. High in contaminants, low in oxygen. Could be worse, said Hicks. Bulking around out there in a climate suit would be a bitch. The navigator nodded in agreement. Plenty of water, almost 80% ocean and plenty of lakes.
Whoa, hey, dude. Take some buffs. Before you go.
Have a good one. Be careful. Farewell. Farewell.
Nasty too, full of trace elements and probably local bugs. Drinking it wouldn't do you any good. Hicks leaned closer. Gravity was almost half a G higher than Earth's. Good thing their crew was a strong group physically. Don't drink the water, don't breathe the air. Huh? Old joke. What else? He said. Weather, plants, animals. It's windy, said Farrell. At least in the mountainous regions. Landing should be a thrill. Vegetation must live on heat and poison, because the sun don't shine much through the cloud cover. It won't be pretty. Got to be some animal.
Just wanna listen to this fuckville.
That's why Nationwide is on your side.
Yeah, I got voices in my head again. Tread carefully, and I don't medicate, it helps me temporarily. I got problems, I got issues, yeah, apparently. Trauma that I'm burying, I think I need some therapy. I battled depression, I'm back with a message. I'm asking the question that if you hate me, why you acting obsessive? I'm past the point and no return for being passive aggressive. I'll brandish a weapon, teach all you motherfuckers a lesson. Yeah. I actually battle my demons and shallows, and women the deep and the creep in the shallows and lost. Gotta admit that I'm living the life that I've always wanted, but it comes to the cost. Yeah. They're licking the jar for fixing to rip me apart. I'm swimming with sharks, I'm lifting the bar, I'm lifting the end of the stars. I like I shot amenities are fucking with me mentally. I got people that don't like me in the industry. I can feel your energy, you were not a friend of me. Cause I have been to places that you never wanna go. Yeah, I got dirt on people, but they act like I don't know. Yeah, I can do some damage, but I'll never rock the boat. All it takes is one post with some fun like dominoes.
You'll never get rid of me, too many enemies whipping my imagery. You know my history, in it a mystery. Put every enemy out of their misery. Somebody send me some positive energy. I'm about to go dark, I'm about to go dizzy. Into the darkness, into infinity. Shut you motherfuckers up. Listening? Stacking every little pretty penny that I'm getting, and I'm never giving in to anybody. Always winning, never kidding. When I die, I'm taking everybody with me. You're never gonna get me, cause you never see it simple. Yeah, my motherfucking God, you're a light gone. I'm a time bomb, and I'm wrong, it's my gone. I'm killing syllables of the letter of Philip. I'm a lyrical, typical super villain. I'm venomous, and I'm never gonna stop until they put me on top of the list. I can't control the monster any longer that's inside. The pain and sorrow left us solo. Now tomorrow's hard to swallow. Death is calling, so I'm crawling. Tightrope walking, now I'm falling down. Like missiles falling from the sky. Come and save us. Pain and sorrow left us solo. Here today, but gone tomorrow. The pain inside is the fuel that drives this flesh and bone through blood that skies. The death-defying, hypnotizing. One day you're gonna figure out that everything they taught you was a lie. Watch the world burn.
That's nice. Dio has rocked for a long, long time. But now it's time for him to pass the torch. Fucking love that song.
Nice, isn't it? That's me, CEO of Cashbacking.
CEO of Cashbacking?
It's a real thing. I think. 3% of drugstores with Chase Freedom Unlimited. How do you cash back?
We made it, Quay. Quay, we did it. No Quay.
Hello. Safe travels.
Come on, give me the answers. What's this playing again? Fuck it. Falcor. It don't matter. He ain't gonna take the invite anyway, baby. GTKP. Futile big band. There it is. the lag. Yes, I do. Oh, what am I gonna do? Going back to Twitch. Come on, little ditty. Come on, little ditty, yeah. I need you now. Come on, little ditty, yeah. I'm gonna show you how. Gonna show you how you die and how you fly, and what it takes to feel and make you cry. I'm gonna show you little ditty, little motherfucking daddy. Little motherfucking daddy. Plus one. Yeah, plus one's fucking great. Does he not do? Oh shit, I went past him. I'm a fucking... Nobody else is going. What a fucking jerk. It's just a jerk. It's a jerk. Oh shit, he's a beast in the drama.
For you now, where I put some displacement into action, and you can hear me turning the beat round quite a few times. I like to utilize this technique with the left hand playing the hi-hat under the right hand.
said that.
Though I haven't seen any. Hicks heard that. Fucking monsters had to eat something. It could be worse, but they're about to set down on a hot, wet, poisoned planet where jogging would be an effort for the strongest of them. To try to overpower the almighty top of the heap queen fucking head alien on her own ground. Great. Well, hey, no problem. The Marines were lean, mean, and obscene. Yeah, right. Okay, he said. See if you can pinpoint the warmest areas for the flyby tomorrow. He leaned against the wall and watched Farrell dig for the information. The Mother Queen had no doubt picked a charming spot to build her home. She probably wouldn't want to move without a fight. Another bad place to die. And as he had thought so many times before, it was probably going to happen this trip. The universe could only pass out so much luck to any one guy, and he'd sure as shit gone through his share a long while ago. Well, what the hell. If it was your turn, there wasn't anything you could do. If it wasn't, he guessed he would find out soon enough. Ripley stood in the loading dock and looked at the people assembled in front of her, watched them absorb the information that Farrell and Hicks laid out. They were in orbit around what sounded like hell. The Kurtz would land and drop off the APC, in which some of them would go check things out, then report back. Everyone agreed it was the best action before coming up with a final plan, to be certain of what they were up against. Must be getting mellow with age, she thought. There was a time when waiting to do anything would have been out of the question. Hicks and Farrell wrapped up their presentation and turned to look at Ripley. She knew what was expected of her. Well, she said. Anyone dream of the Queen last night? The crew members looked at each other and shook their heads. Apparently no one had. Does that mean she knows we're here? Said Dunstan. Maybe so. Or it could just mean she overshot us. Hard to say. Dunstan nodded, as did several of the others. You know about this place, Ripley said. I wouldn't ask anyone to do anything I'm not prepared to do myself, so I'll be on that APC, and I'm asking for volunteers. Most of you have been in combat situations, but some of you are physically stronger and have a better chance out there. You need to make the decision, not me. However, some of you will have to stay.
They don't even need me. Fuck. Homie. Could I? May I? How the fuck you wanna say? Thanks, you piece of shit. Taking some damage? Let me just help you out with that. Bless your heart. That's some good ass water, dude.
Board the ship. McQuaid and Brewster as pilots, I don't see how we can risk losing either of you, since I'll be down there. Brewster cut in. Hey, I'm ready for this. McQuaid can fly this ship. Look, I'm not saying you're not capable, Brewster. We need you here. Besides, there has to be somebody to pick up the pieces if we fuck up. Got it? Yeah, he said, in a tone of voice that said he didn't get it at all. Tough shit, thought Ripley. Farrell, the combat green navigator, would be staying aboard as well. There was silence for a moment. Fox stood up. I'm going, he said. Ripley had assumed that he would volunteer. She nodded at him. Okay, Fox, welcome aboard. Dunstan and Carvey stood at the same time. Tully followed, as did Newt. Hicks stepped away from Farrell and joined the others. Ripley held up a hand. Stop there, she said. Like I said, we need a backup crew in case anything happens to us. And if we all go, there's no room for weapons. Newt, you stay. I'm going, she said, voice calm. The determination in the young woman's eyes was firm. Ripley hesitated, then nodded. All right, she said. She turned to McQuaid and gave him the go-ahead. He walked to the front of the group and started to explain how the loader suits worked. Ripley looked at her crew. Good people, all of them. This could work. It had to work. Hicks stood in the control room with McQuaid, Brewster, and Farrell and watched them look at the readings on the landing sites. They were 20 minutes from drop and he could feel the adrenaline seep into his system when he looked through the shield. Once more he was going to face off with the monsters. As long as there were any of them left, or he could still breathe, that was going to keep happening, but it didn't seem to get any easier. You'd think he'd be used to it by now. Brewster picked up a cluster of erratic movement in the southern hemisphere, which coincided with Farrell's reading of warmest temperature. They would head there first. No one was betting whether or not she would be there. Everyone seemed to know. Still, they had to be as prepared as they possibly could be. Armaments aside, it was Ripley's idea to equip the team with mechanosuits, customized from power loaders. At least they stood a chance in suits modified for military service. Ripley was alone in her quarters as the others were suiting up. Newt came to find her, hearing her sighs as she approached the open entrance. I'm sorry, honey. Newt made her presence known as she noticed Ripley wiping away tears with an old photo in hand. Ripley, they're ready. She composed herself. Yeah, fine. I'll be there in a minute. She rose up, leaving the photo on the foot of the bed. I hope they sectored the APC's comlink. Those low-frequency jobs tend to scatter at the first sign of... Jesus. Newt involuntarily cut her off with her gasp. Ripley, is that a picture of your... My daughter. It was taken a couple of weeks before I reported aboard the Nostromo. She was beautiful. Amanda. I spent her whole life drifting through empty space. lost in years of perfect hibernation, while she grew old and died. Newt nodded, half remembering a conversation in her youth on Acheron. She knew that part of it at least. Ripley had spent decades in deep sleep. She held the record, as far as anybody knew. It had been a lucky accident that she'd been found at all, drifting through dead space. Newt wondered what it must have been like, to leave a child and come back to find she had died as an old woman. A daughter, older than your own grandmother. Awful. After all these years, I've never stopped thinking about her. Her whole life passing by while I slept, and the dreams of another mother who wanted her children back. Ripley shook her head and smiled. There was no humor in the expression. Funny comparison. Me and that monstrous creature both wishing for the same thing. This whole plan, I didn't have any kind of revelation about what to do, no brilliant inspiration. I just loved my daughter and I miss her, and I blame that thing for taking her away. She looked up at Newt, her eyes angry. My idea didn't come from wanting to save anyone. No great love for humanity. I just hate her and her whole fucking brood, and I want them exterminated. The aliens stole the time we should have had together. Sometimes I think those things have as much right to survive as any of us. Sometimes I wonder what gives us the arrogance to challenge their existence. Then I look at my little girl, and I know. Tully had just finished welding braces around one of the hold's 2 exit hatches. McQuaid was still working on the other one. Ripley stood with her arms crossed and waited for the alloy's glow to die down. The air stank of burned metal and plastic. "If that doesn't hold it shut, nothing will," she said. They were going in a few minutes, and the tension of the crew showed in their tight expressions, but Ripley felt surprisingly calm. McQuaid snapped off his welder. "Done," he said, a little too loudly. Ripley nodded at him. She had thought she would be a lot jumpier by now. Her relaxed state was almost disconcerting. But it wasn't like a lack of concern. It was more like fulfillment, she thought. Being where I'm supposed to be. After she checked the hatches, Ripley followed the other 2 back to the upper deck. The hatches looked solid enough and were certainly the best they could do, but this wasn't some drone. She would have to hope that the queen bitch wasn't going to be too much for them to handle. She had dealt with ordinary queens, and they were bigger, stronger, and meaner than drones. She hoped the Queen of Queens wasn't that much worse. No matter. It was what they had. Now the crew strapped into their seats. Newt offered her a quick and nervous smile as Ripley walked to the front around the control area's partition. Hicks adjusted a strap on one of the secondary chairs. Ripley moved up to Pilot 2 and sat. Hicks looked at her. "Hey, Ripley. We ran a matrix on the movement in the southern hemisphere, in case we have to land there." "No, in case," she said. "She's there. You know it." Hicks shook his head and grinned. "Okay, probably. We'll know soon enough. Anyway, Farrell picked up rock formations like you wouldn't believe. It's going to be tricky. There's a little wind, too." Brewster turned from the console and nodded at Hicks. If it was easy, anybody could do it. Besides, topography's the APC's problem. All I gotta do is drop you off. Ripley let the bitterness slip past. Brewster was obviously still pissed that he wasn't going to attend their scouting party. "Yeah, but flying's going to be a bitch. Glad you're at the helm, Brewster. Hotshot like you shouldn't have too many problems." Brewster didn't reply, but Ripley saw him relax slightly. Good. They were going into harm's way, and the last thing she needed was a smarmy pilot. Tully spoke up. "Carvey and I sectored the APC's comlink," she said, "so you don't have to worry about scattering." "Great," said Ripley. She looked at the readouts in front of her and felt her hands start to clench. The lack of tension she'd felt wasn't going to last now that there was nothing left to do but sit and wait. "I guess we're ready," she said. The drop to the mother's planet had begun. No one spoke for some time. Newt was lost in thought and conflict. "I've been thinking about Earth. I never really considered it my home. I feel I've been adrift all these years, searching. It's the same for all of us. Ripley, Hicks, the alien. It's funny. We see them as intruders on Earth, taking something precious away from us, but maybe we're the intruders. Maybe their search is over, and the Earth was meant to be theirs all along." My entire life had been in preparation for this moment, and yet I was suddenly filled with a sense of dread. It was wrong. It was all wrong. It wasn't the thought of death that frightened me. It was our reason, our purpose, duty, honor, a little girl named Amy. We all wanted to believe in our gallant justifications, but the truth is never so simple. Ripley's dreams, my nightmares, were they really the reasons that brought us here? Or were they her lures? Maybe we hadn't come to the aliens' world of our own accord. Maybe we'd been sent. The closer we came, the more I felt the aliens' presence, the more I knew it felt mine. Newt gripped the armrests of her chair, eyes tightly closed. Her stomach was knotted in the usual lurch of freefall. This was a feeling she didn't think she'd ever get used to. Hicks leaned his head around the partition, expression tense. Local winds look to be pushing 130 knots, he said. And that's down below the jet stream. Better button up before it gets rough. The flight smoothed out, became almost calm. Carvey and Falk unbuckled and moved to one of the ports. What the hell, Newt thought, and stood to join them. They broke out of the cloud cover into the most desolate place Newt had ever seen. The ship moved too fast to get a good look, but as far as she could tell, it was all the same. Pools of shallow gray water stretched for clicks, broken up and surrounded by dirty humps of rock. Clumps of colorless vegetation, much of it apparently fungal, towered at the edges of the water. Some strange variety of beige moss seemed to cover everything. Off in the distance, Newt saw impossibly tall stands of rock scattered randomly in the endless dark sea. Nice place. She turned away. "We'd better head down to the APC," she said. "Right," said Carvey. He started toward the stairs, followed by Falk and Dunstan. "Christ, what a place," said Brewster. "Maybe I'll take my vacation here." He navigated through the strange environment. Crosswinds buffeted the vessel hard enough to rock it. Hicks stared. Yeah, this was without a doubt the most god-awful planet he'd ever seen. He could almost feel the thick wetness of the air around the ship, smell the dead chemical odor of alkaline water. Just looking at this nightmare gave him the creeps. Brewster interrupted his thoughts. "I got a spot scout where it seems relatively calm, not far from the main cluster of movement." No one spoke for a moment. "Take it or leave it, folks. I can't dick around for long in this damn wind," said Brewster. "Take it," said Ripley, and stood up. "Come on, Hicks, let's go back with the grunts." The others were crowded around the APC in the dock. Hicks motioned for the rest of the crew to get on, and boarded last. He watched everyone strap in before he moved to the front. Newt sat at the console. She would monitor outside activity as they got closer to the motion Brewster had picked up. A voice crackled out over the intercom. "Hey kids, almost there," said Brewster. "Farrell says movement has stopped, but it seemed to be coming from a formation almost due west from where we're dropping you. That's 272 heading, to be exact." "Rock formation?" said Newt. "Negative. Looks organic. Listen, Carvey, you still owe me money, so be careful, okay? Goes for the rest of you, too." "Got it," said Newt. "Thanks, Brewster," Hicks said. "On your go." Hicks keyed the controls for the machine and checked the navigational. Everything looked fine. The mobile unit was built like a chunk of lead on wheels, designed to move over any terrain, if not comfortably, at least efficiently. The front view screen gave a good shot of outside, currently the inside of the dock. There was also a small clear-still shield that offered a more limited view. There were recoilless guns mounted on the pivotal up top, as well as in the front. This was supposed to be a check. With any luck, he wouldn't have to use them. "Stand by," said Brewster in a burst of static. Hicks tensed. Ready. The dropship touched down. Hicks rolled his head with the sudden impact, felt the planet's surface grind and crunch beneath the ship. The APC slid forward as the deck dropped out on metal struts, the hatch opening outward. "Go." Hicks grabbed the control stick and eased the APC off the extended ramp and into the water. There were scattered rocks and weird vegetable growths here and there, but essentially they were looking at an ocean less than a meter deep. Here, anyway. It surrounded them in every direction as far as he could see. Wind rippled the surface into a shifting washboard, occasional gusts blowing spray from the tiny whitecaps. The APC's rear wheels pulled off the deck and they settled into the liquid with scarcely a bump. Good job, said Hicks. We're down. And welcome to town, folks. And we are out of here, said Brewster. The sounds of the ship as it lifted were loud even inside the APC. Brewster and the others would head back up above the winds and wait for the pickup call. If there's anybody left to send it, thought Hicks. There was something wrong. He felt in his gut, but they were there and it was time. Let's go see if the Queen's home, he said. The APC rumbled forward. From the position of the cam on the APC, it was nearly impossible to tell exactly what it was they were headed toward. The screen showed nothing but water and sky, close enough in color to be nearly indistinguishable. It was like moving through a void. Newt mostly kept her gaze on the motion sensors and the Doppler screen, where she had something to report. We got 6 roughly spherical objects, approximately 20 meters apart and arranged in a circle. Largest measures may be 30 meters high. It's centered inside the others, she said. Newt pushed her hair off her sweaty forehead. The APC's coolers could only do so much against the wet heat of the planet that pressed in on them. They wobbled and bumped as the APC made its way slowly through the water. Level my ass, Hicks said. I'd like to see Brewster's idea of rough terrain. It all felt like a dream to Newt, and her heart thumped hard and loud enough she was surprised nobody noticed. Hicks, this is supposed to be a scouting trip, right? Why are we headed straight to her nest? Shouldn't we find somewhere safer to observe? Look around. Where do you suggest? I'm just saying that we can scope things out a little more thoroughly. Try a probe. Listen, kid, we're not going to drive this thing into her front door. We're just going to pull up nearby and see what happens, okay? If the probes we had were worth a shit, I'd send one, but none of the robots we got can do the job. Newt nodded, but continued to worry. It doesn't feel good, Hicks, she said. His lips tightened. Yeah, he said. I copy that. Newt sighed. She and Hicks had been here before. Not this place, but this kind of situation. Somehow that felt a little comforting. Between the two of them, they'd pulled off some pretty scary deals. ETA 2 minutes, she said. We'll be ready, Ripley called out from behind her. Newt wanted to go back and talk to Ripley about her fear. Maybe there was some kind of psychic thing going on. Suddenly the APC ground to a halt with a jarring crunch. The unit tilted to the left, throwing Newt back into her chair. What the fuck? Began Falk. Ripley held her hand up for silence. Hicks, Newt, what do we have? Newt ran the diagnostic. We bent one of the aft axle struts, but I think that's it, said Newt. Her voice sounded shaky. What did we hit? Said Dunstan. Hicks called out over his shoulder. Don't know, something underwater. Treads lifted and we lost traction. Hang on, let me see if we can rock back off it. The APC's engines rumbled. It took a few seconds, but Hicks managed to pull free of the obstruction. Okay, we're clear. Then, take a look at the screen. Ripley looked up at the vid screen and inhaled sharply as the picture panned left. They were less than 100 meters from a huge round orb sitting in the murky water, pinkish gray in color with strange lines crisscrossing the surface. Like veins, thought Ripley. A long, thick cord connected to another orb, larger. The one they were closest to was the length of the APC and maybe twice as high. I think we ran over something connected to that thing, said Hicks. Newt? Is anybody home? Ripley asked. No movement. If they're around, they must be asleep. Look, I think we should back off a little. I don't feel so great about this. Ripley frowned. We're here. If they heard that knock and they're still not coming, I think we'll be all right for a minute. They all watched the screen with intense concentration. Nothing happened. Ripley half expected to see a horde of giant insects launch themselves from behind the weird orbs and attack. She looked at Newt. The girl was watching the sensor readouts closely. No movement. It was Falk who broke the silence. Let's go have a peek. What say? He stood, picked up a comm set, hooked it over the back of his head, and reached for a boot to one of the mechanosuits. Dunstan also stood. Ripley shook her head. I think we should wait. Maybe nudge one of them, but the APC first, she said. We don't know what we're dealing with here. Falk continued to suit up. Isn't that why we came? He said. To find out? Carvey got up and helped Dunstan buckle on one of the lift boots before he grabbed a third suit. It's a good idea, said Carvey. We'll just hop out and have a look. We've got weapons, we're armored, and the APC's right here. We're out there 5 minutes, tops. Ripley thought about it. They knew what the aliens were capable of. They weren't going to be charging out there ignorant of what could happen. And Carvey had a point. They were as prepared as they were going to get. It was no crazier than the whole mission, which made less sense every time she thought about it. Okay, she said. No, said Newt from behind them. Ripley, don't let them go. This isn't going to work. Can't you feel it? Dunstan stepped forward, awkward in the suit. Hydraulics whined, the boots clumped heavily as he moved. Newt, he said, his voice calm. This is a choice. We made the decision to come here. This is part of it. Something in his face, perhaps the acceptance of fate, stopped Newt from protesting any further. She turned and moved back to the front without another word. The 3 men, fully suited, stood by the door and looked to Ripley for their cue. They each wore thick vests with head protectors, jointed metal running the length of their limbs. Each carried their standard military carbines, the same 10mm caseless weapons Ripley had learned to use. Listen to your sets, she said. Newt is monitoring the cluster. Any sign of trouble, get back here. We don't want any dead heroes. Good luck. She paused for a moment. What else is there to say? Nothing. Go, she said. The hatch slid open. Hicks felt the blast of damp heat as the door slid shut. The smell was like he'd imagined, but worse, like rotten, poisoned food. The wind made the exposed edges of the hatch whistle. He breathed through clenched teeth and watched the screen. Newt was pallid and tense beside him, but she also watched the readouts carefully. Hicks wished he were out there with the others, but he tried to let it go. He was the best APC driver they had, and if anything went wrong, they'd want to leave in a hurry. Falk, talk to me, he said. We're moving toward it, maybe 30 meters. If anything went wrong, they'd want to leave in a hurry. Falk, talk to me, he said. We're moving toward it, maybe 30 meters away now. We'll stay on this side of it. We're moving toward leave in a hurry. Falk, talk to me, he said. We're moving toward it, maybe 30 meters away now. We'll stay on this side of it. Falk's transmission was clear. Christ, it fucking stinks, said Carvey. You're missing out, Hicks. Wish I'd thought to bring a kite. Wind must be gusting to 100 clicks out here. 115, Hicks said. The figures approached the sphere. Their boots rose and fell in the muck that came up to their knees, spatters of it blowing away in the gusts. They separated a few meters from the orb. Falk remained in front while Dunstan and Carvey moved to the sides. Don't get too far apart, said Hicks. The 3 men stopped. Stay in sight of each other.
Have you ever pushed that red button?
I think you pull it. It says pull, but no.
So what do you think would happen? Nothing or something?
This is my husband, Dan Alex Forrest.
No, I know him already.
There's goop all over this thing, said Carvey. Like, jelly. Seems to be emanating from the formation's core, that from Dunstan. What are these things? Carvey said. They're too big to be egg sacs. I hope they're too big to be egg sacs. Whatever the hell it is, it's oozing like a son of a bitch. I can almost see inside. He raised a mechanical limb to touch it. Newt gasped, and Hicks felt his heart catch. Oh fuck. Movement, she said. Everybody get out of there now, Hicks shouted. It's coming from inside the pods, said Newt into the comm. Move. Get away. The three figures on the screen stumbled back as the nearest pod opened like a giant egg sac and a huge, glistening shape rose from it. A queen-sized drone, bigger than any Hicks had ever seen, snapped out one powerful claw so fast Carvey hardly saw it move and lashed onto his head protector. The monster raised Carvey into the air like a child with a toy. Fuck. Jesus. Get it off. Get it off me. Carvey's cries were cut abruptly as the drone used its other claw and ripped his throat out. The creature tossed the handful of flesh away and pulled one of Carvey's arms off. Tossed that away too. Newt observed the brutal murder on the vid screen, tears streaming down her face. Those power loaders are built out of alloyed steel, and they're tearing them apart like tissue paper. The goddamn things must have evolved, mused Hicks. The question is, how much? We're coming, Ripley yelled into her comm, but the two men were already slogging quickly backward toward the APC. Go, Hicks. I'm on the guns. Falk looked back in disbelief at the drone as it continued to disembowel Carvey. Well, I think we found them. Hicks jammed the APC into full throttle. Newt slammed her fist against the console. Fuck. Oh, fuck. The other pods. Ripley was bringing the APC's guns online when she heard Newt. Come on, she shouted to Hicks. The APC lurched forward, only to hit another stop. The engine whined noisily. Dunstan! It was Falk yelling. Ripley looked up at the view screen as an alien leaped over one of the pods and pounced at Dunstan. He fell onto his back with a splash, absorbed the shock of the huge drone, and slammed his weapon into its belly. Falk struggled to get a clear shot as the APC suddenly moved forward again. Die! Shouted Dunstan. Nothing happened. His weapon must have jammed. He raised his free arm, used a mechanical clamp to hold the alien's head away from his own. It shrieked and opened its gigantic jaws. With a jerk, it shoved its head forward. The steel armor crumpled like paper as its inner mouth snapped out and speared Dunstan's face. Bright red splashed into the water and he fell limp. Motherfucker, yelled Falk, and opened up on the drone. The crash of gunfire shredded the alien. The area around the fallen creature hissed and bubbled as its blood ate the water. What fell on Dunstan didn't matter. Falk disappeared from the screen as the APC came to a stop, drenching Falk with a splash in the process. The drone was quick behind. All right, I'm here. Don't make me knock for Christ's sake, said Falk through the comm. Tully stood behind the door, weapon raised. Newt slammed the entry button and Falk fell inside, gasping. The hatch closed. Thanks for the shower, said Falk, still catching his breath. Tully lowered her weapon, attention turned to her old friend. I'll toss you a towel when we're back in orbit. Falk began removing the mechanosuit, shaking his head in disbelief. What the hell were those things? They're faster and stronger than anything we found on Earth. And I thought they were pretty tough.
What happened with you two?
I didn't tell you. We was like brothers.
Tonight.
No friends in the industry, I had to draw the line between my...
You're out there boxing. I need you to start fighting.
Creed 3, rated PG-13. Only theaters tonight.
The drone tore through the hatch with its head, apparently still in pursuit of Falk. Ripley grabbed Tully's weapon and fired, blowing the beast's head apart. They're her chosen few, she observed. They're trying to protect her. Emergency dust-off, now, said Newt. She held her comlink headset in place with shaky fingers. We can't put down at your current position, said Brewster. His voice was anguished. We got a Force 3 hurricane wind aloft here. Get away from the nest. Get closer to the initial drop point. Shit, said Newt. Newt, are you okay? Where's... No time, Brewster, said Hicks. Get moving. We'll be there ASAP. Newt discalmed and turned to Hicks. The aliens were so much bigger and stronger than before. Before she could speak, something hammered against the APC wall, hard enough to dent metal. Newt scanned the readouts. 3 of them, she said. The entire unit was lifted and tipped backward before it fell forward with a crash. The vid screen went black and mud splashed a clear steel window. Metal groaned. Something snapped with a bell-like crack. Hicks, Newt said, in barely a whisper. She looked at the readout without blinking, hoped that it was wrong. Our internal cooling system just opened. Even as she watched, the temperature was going up. It's going to get hot in here. Crappy warranty on these things. Hicks checked the monitor. Ripley, we got some problems up here. There was no answer. Ripley belted the vest and nearly fell when the APC tipped. She picked up Fox's gun and checked the ammo read. Hicks shouted something at her as she searched the floor for additional magazines. Everything was rolling. The clip slid under the supply compartment. Ripley, yelled Hicks again. She walked to the front in the bulky suit. Falk and Tully leaned against the wall that faced the door, weapons ready. Fuck this, said Falk. Let's burn out of here. Hicks turned around in his seat. He looked Ripley up and down. Jesus, he said. You're crazy. Just head for the drop site. Can't. The manuals are shot, steering just about locked. Our reactor took a knock. We can go straight for about 10 minutes and then we're talking meltdown. Got any ideas? Yeah, said Ripley. Use the APC's guns and hammer those 3 outside. Won't matter if the acid damages the APC now. Seal the hatch and take off full speed as soon as I'm out. I need a couple minutes to get to her nest. And what are you gonna do when you get there? Invite her to fucking tea? Said Hicks. I didn't come this far just to let her slip away, said Ripley. If I can't capture her, I can kill her. I have to try. We'll finish it, one way or another. Listen, you know how I feel, how much you and Newt mean to me. An interruption from Falk. Hey, screw it, Ripley. Save it for when you get back. Ripley grinned and walked back to the rear hatch of the APC. Hicks triggered the APC's guns. One of them was still operable. The uranium slug shattered the attacking aliens. Clear, he said. At the moment. Good luck, Ripley said. The hatch opened and Ripley jumped out. I'm showing several forms moving at high speed toward the APC, Newt said. Her mouth was dry. In spite of the heat, she felt cold all over. The blips on the screen wavered and jumped, moved closer. I guess that means Ripley's plan is working, she said. Hicks didn't spare her a glance as he wrestled with the controls. Reactor halfway to critical. APC's about to be overcome by superbugs. Yeah, I'd say it's working. Any better and we could blow our brains out now and save those bastards the trouble. Should I call the Kurtz again? Not yet. We give Ripley her 5+ and keep going till this sucker suffers from a complete engine or axle lock. Then, she turned to look at him. Her vision was blurred from sweat. Haven't gone that far yet, he said. The APC rocked. Newt looked back at the sensor and then screamed. Jesus, said Hicks. A giant, dripping alien grin appeared on the other side of the clear still. The creature lifted huge clawed hands up to the window, and with a muffled shriek plunged its head through the shield. The clear metal shattered inward, sprayed everywhere as the alien reached for Newt. Hicks grabbed for his weapon. The creature already had its claws on Newt. It hissed, its decayed breath filling the air as Hicks came up with his carbine. Everything was mired in time, creaking forward in slow motion and thick gravity. The explosion thundered in his ears. The drone seemed to fly backward with a cry of rage and pain. Acid spattered, bubbled, and smoked on the shards of the clear steel. The alien was gone. Oh shit, said Newt. Okay? Yeah. Hicks exhaled heavily and checked the motion sensor. One down, he said. Hot, noxious air washed over them. Newt had a small cut on her arm from the clear still, but that was it. That they hadn't been drenched with the bug's acid was amazing. Time to think about it later, Hicks told himself. He glanced at the APC readout to see the core temperature still rising. Of course, it could be worse. We could be out there with Ripley.
They told me the double turned out correctly. They're waiting for us downstairs. It's horrible.
She tried to look in all directions at once, managed one. There was no immediate danger. She didn't believe that the drones would have left their queen unprotected, but the only motion around her was the gently swaying ocean. Doesn't mean it's going to stay that way. All of her senses were in overdrive. The putrid odor of the planet, combined with the heat and gravity, made her dizzy. Along with the fading sound of the APC, there was only the slosh of water against her legs. The fierce winds had suddenly dwindled to almost nothing. An alien's cry echoed through the dead air, but it came from the direction of the retreating transport. She turned and faced the cluster of nests. "It's just you and me now," she said. Ripley slowly splashed toward the orbs. She heard shots in the distance. "Bet we got one of your babies," she said. Her muscles were sore from the gravity. It felt like 100 kilos had been strapped to each limb. Even breathing was an effort. But she could feel the queen, the powerful aura of the bitch. Water splashed behind her. She faced the nest. I wonder how long they've been waiting. How long they've ached for release. God, I can feel you all around me. Silence. Why don't you show yourself? Ripley whacked the arm of her mechanical suit against one of the connecting cords. It rippled and swayed slightly. She felt a bitter anger rise up. What the fuck is this? Why don't you come out here and tell me? Explain your worthless existence. What you did to the crew of the Nostromo. The soldiers from the Sulaco. She hit the cord again and moved closer to the center orb. Explain Earth. Explain Newt. Explain my daughter. Ripley waited, breathing hard. Suddenly, the huge sphere jerked. The translucent goo quivered. A long crack appeared at the top of the thing, pulsing slightly. It started opening. Ripley tapped her comm, never taking her eyes off the nest. "Kurtz, this is Ripley," she said quickly. "Zero my position and get your asses here." Brewster's fuzzy voice spoke into her ear. "I told Hicks, the wind has died down. Get that ship over my coordinates, now." As she spoke, a blackness started to move up from the orb. A glossy, elongated shape, a skull easily 2 meters in length, raised up. 3 clawed digits wrapped over the lip of the crack, and then another 3. The Queen slowly pulled herself up. She hissed at Ripley, drool falling from her jaws as she unfurled herself from her home. The Queen, the mama of all mamas, come to receive her visitor. She was at least 8 meters long, her whipping bony tail making her 8 more. Her comb was sleek and wet. Several of her vertebrae arched outward like spines, ran down her back like a row of fingers. She had 4 arms. She was the biggest living creature Ripley had ever seen. The Queen ducked her head forward and down, craned her obscene skull to get a better look at what had disturbed her. "That's right," said Ripley. She backed away from the advancing creature. "Come on out and have a look." "Core temperature's going up. Meltdown in 7 minutes, said Newt. Her body was still shaking, but she had managed to control the worst of it. "We're talking more than meltdown," said Hicks. "When that core burns through to the liquid fuel chamber, we're looking at an explosion." Hicks pushed at the controls and sighed. "Well, the engine and wheels still work," he said. "That means this thing probably keeps rolling until it blows. Time to leave this party. We'll have to make the drop site on foot. Take all the ammunition you can carry and move out, unless you want to cook here. New readings at the outer perimeter," said Newt. She squinted at the motion sensor, then tapped the side of it, hard. "There's a wall of them, Hicks." Even as she spoke, a dozen or so lights flashed on the screen. "What?" Tully said. "They're running past us." "Mama is calling her children," Hicks said. Newt could barely fathom the number of moving creatures it would take to give that reading. "There must be thousands," she said. Her stomach knotted tighter.
The next level of nerds. Nerds Gummy Clusters. A crunchy outside with a sweet gummy center. Nerds, shake things up.
Living with schizophrenia, people wonder if I'm able to have a social life. They think I can't hang out with my friends. But I can. I DJ with my friends often. I feel good about treatment goals.
Talk to your doctor about schizophrenia treatment options.
"Ripley. She'll do what she has to," said Hicks. He stood and walked to the back. Newt looked through the open shield for a few seconds. The army of drones moved toward them like a sheet of rain, closer and closer. Dozens ran past the APC, headed back to the Queen. Newt could hear their shrieks over the rising whine of the transport. "It's almost suicide to get out," Tully said. "And what happened to the nice breeze we had?" "We know it's suicide to stay," said Newt. "Maybe the bastards are on autopilot or something, and they won't even notice us." Without another word, they walked back to Falk and Hicks. The 2 men handed them loaded weapons and extra clips. They all moved to the rear hatch. Newt searched for something to say, some last words, but there was nothing. Hicks hit the button and jumped out. The chorus of howls went up around the APC as Newt took a breath and leaped. Hicks, Newt, Tully, and Falk stood in a circle and faced outward. Scores of the drones loped past them without stopping, splashed through the shallow water toward their mother. If the chemical stench of rot, the heavy air, and the heat weren't bad enough, hundreds of the nightmare creatures streamed past them, making it closer to hell than Hicks ever thought he'd be. "Conserve ammo," he said, "and fire only at targets coming at us. Stay close." One of the drones veered toward Falk, reached out, claws hooked. He squeezed the trigger and sprayed the alien with a short burst. The thing fell into the water. 3 or 4 of the bugs stumbled over the dead creature, but kept running. Another monster howled, lunged at Hicks. He fired again. Falk cursed steadily behind them as more of the creatures stopped and were killed. Hicks knew they would never make the drop site. There was no way they could move amidst the army of mindless bugs and keep themselves covered. He aimed at one of the grinning drones as it looked in their direction and squeezed off a single round. The alien's head exploded. It collapsed into the water, which bubbled madly now with the acidic blood of its brothers. "We're not going to make it," Newt shouted. "Hicks, you know that we'll never make it to the drop site." Hicks pointed his weapon at another one and fired. 5 more minutes and the APC will detonate, he called back. "We'll fucking take them all with us." He squeezed his trigger over and over and hoped that their ammo would last until the white heat of the APC ended it all. Ripley continued to back away from the hissing queen. It seemed like a long time before she heard a noise that drowned the bitch out. The sound of the Kurtz dropship moving in overhead was sweet music. "We'll bring her in as low as we can," cackled Brewster through her comm. And then, holy shit. "Quite the prize," said Ripley. "Open the containment chamber and get close to me." "Yeah," said Brewster. "But if that wind picks up again..." The Queen refocused her attention on the thundering ship. She backed away from Ripley a step and let out a high-pitched mewling noise. "Pretty ship," said Ripley. "See the nice, pretty ship." She darted her gaze quickly to the descending ship and then back to the Queen. "Bitch want to go for a ride on the pretty ship?" The Queen didn't offer a reply. "Closer, Brewster. Come on." The Queen took another step backward, wagged her huge head, looked at Ripley, then the ship. The alien watched, but didn't try to follow her. As big as the ship was, Ripley couldn't believe the monster was afraid. Curious, perhaps, but the goddamn things never seemed to be afraid of anything. The creature hissed at her. Ripley swiped the mechanical arm across its jaw. With a shriek, the Queen leaped at her. The cargo bay was directly over her, the hatch open. Keeping her weapon pointed at the Queen, Ripley held her other arm up. The clamp on the suit opened and then closed on the metal. The other now in the Queen's jaws. She pulled herself up. It took a tremendous effort. Her arm felt like it was going to jerk out of its socket, even with the suit's augmentation. Ripley stumbled backward as the Queen extended her huge claws toward the slick alloy. The alien grasped at the edge of the door's frame and caught hold. "Up! Now!" Ripley screamed into the comm. The ship lifted. "Yeah, that's right, bitch. We're going for a little ride." The Queen pulled herself into the dock as Ripley ran toward the inner door. "Seal the outer hatch." The Queen screamed a sound of absolute fury as she started toward Ripley. Ripley spun back to look at the Queen and nearly closed hatch. She had to be sure. The Queen's dark tail lashed out and the tip of it reached Ripley by the door. It thrashed down, thumped against the protecting bars of the mechanosuit, bent the metal and stacked carbon fibers, smashed into Ripley's skull. The force of the blow knocked her sprawling. The chamber washed out. Tiny bursts of light flashed around the howling alien. Ripley shook her head as the Queen turned away from her, leaped at the hatch, and pounded on it. The trapped monster screamed for her freedom. Ripley hit the button that would get her out of danger. The door into the APC bay slid open. At the sound,
back in business. Now, to execute an exit strategy. It seems my freedom must be bought.
It's okay, Sadie. Be quiet. Just lay down.
myself!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We finish this now, shall we?
That ability. That's still the charge. Not very well. Can't do that. Ah! Not ready yet. That ability. Ready. Not ready yet.
Open for business. Hello. Have a
and we have begun preparations.
Just in time. Let's see this thing off.
Citizens of Dalaran, raise your eyes to the skies and observe. Today our world's destruction has been averted in defiance of our very makers.
Safe travels.
Algalon, the Observer, Herald of the Titans, has been defeated by our brave comrades in the depths of the Titan city of Ulduar. Algalon was sent here to judge the fate of our world.
See you later.
He found a planet whose races had deviated from the Titans' blueprints. A planet where not everything had gone according to plan. Cold logic deemed our world not worth saving. Cold logic, however, does not account for the power of free will. It's up to each of us to prove this is a world worth saving. That our lives are worth living.
I'm going to play Cheating the Polygraph, the title track of this piece.
Beautiful.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone. I'm going to leave so I can watch it from in there.
All right.
Cheers.
does not account for the power of free will. It's up to each of us to prove this is a world worth saving. Citizens of Dalaran, raise your eyes to the skies and observe. Today our world's destruction has been averted in defiance of our very makers. Algalon, the Observer, Herald of the Titans, has been defeated by our brave comrades in the depths of the Titan city of Ulduar. Algalon was sent here to judge the fate of our world. He found a planet whose races had deviated from the Titans' blueprints. A planet where not everything had gone according to plan. Cold logic deemed our world not worth saving. Cold logic, however, does not account for the power of free will. It's up to each of us to prove this is a world worth saving. That our lives are worth living.
Go with honor, friend.
That has to go there. Can I go there? Where's the other ones? I don't have any other ones. What the fuck are you talking about?
Hello?
Oh, hey.
Had to put the cat toys together.
Pleased to meet you. Daylight's burning. Right. Off and away.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome.
What do I mean by?
With that comes a scheduled open beta, but because of the way that Blizzard has announced it, at least on their website, you might think that you must pre-order the game in order to participate in the event. However, what if I told you that Diablo 4's open beta was free? But there's just one small catch. What's the catch?
Hey, yo, what the?
It's actually very simple and 100% free. Patience. That's right, patience is all it takes to play the open beta for free. How does it work? Well, when you open up the Diablo 4 homepage, currently you'll see the dates for the open beta early access and games are for the most part free to test, and you are the bug finders. At least that's for the developers, and you are the bug finders. At least that's what you're supposed to be doing. Anyways, you click on the guide.
Yeah, I'll be back.
You alright?
Hey, yeah, I am. Hey, how long have you been back?
I don't know.
That's still not.
Not too long.
Hey, all right. Well, that's fucking cool. They did a lockdown drill at Bruce's school today. And they messaged me about it. Apparently Bruce asked, why would anyone want to kill kids? What a...
Well, I mean, that's...
Look, it's just a proper line of questioning. You know, they're gonna come at me like they're worried about him being a sociopath, or, you know, that him kicking the shit out of other kids is warranted. You know what? They go fuck themselves.
Hi, how are you? Off and away.
Feel it? Sure, I asked much more. I feel like I can recall saying things to a teacher within earshot of a teacher, and at least a couple times having them be like truly mortified and like suddenly shaking, filled with dread of like what kind of monster I was bound to become.
Yeah, fuck those guys. You were just curious. Being insightful and intelligent at that age is something that, you know, adults frown upon.
I got the best in slot tanking pants last night. That I think even though nobody needed them, they still felt like just didn't want to give it to me.
Oh, I got Sis Promise.
I saw that, and I was fucking jealous because at first I thought that I had resin it, but I took it off and put that Hodir neck on.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh shit.
Hold on.
Congrats.
What thing? Did she take it to work? She must have, I don't know.
Okay, you didn't touch it, right?
No.
Okay, so, can I make funkadelic for dinner?
If you'd like, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Some of those fights, I had a good time. Other fights, I did not. And I was getting mad, and then partway through, I guess around 8 my time, Samantha went to put Bruce down, and then 20 minutes later he came back, and she had just fallen asleep. So he was up my ass that whole time, baby. Whole time, baby. I'm gonna do Nomer if you wanna go. I got a shit ton of quests there.
I feel good about how I handled Freya and Bezax, because in the past, people on Bezax, the interrupts were all over the place. And we were really sharp that time, even though it still kind of sucked. And then the Freya.
Explosion go out on the first attempt, so it wasn't, yeah, it was kind of nice. And then no more after that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that one missed interrupt made a difference at all because they recovered, but maybe I don't know, maybe it burned their mana.
Well, I'll just take, I mean, it's a lot of mana. Everybody gets it, it's fucking intense. But,
It is, and then they can't even get the mana back.
Yeah. And according to old Circle Jerk, that's stupid. That's bad. No, it was rather refreshing having somebody come in and call them on their bullshit. But I think at one time, old Dikey Boy, acknowledged it and then said, yeah, but we're gonna do it that way anyway.
Yeah, I can't remember the context, but yep, they focus that guy, Tychus, and his close people. They focus almost entirely on strategy, like as far as mechanics, and not at all really on composition and fine tuning, make sure everything's on the board, class and spec wise and whatnot.
Yeah, I think those guys are just annoying and assholes, but I also too am also am an asshole. There's just no fucking hats, no headgear for me. This is awesome.
I bought the iron riveted war helm.
Nice. I bought the singing blade girdle from a DK, and then I had the tanking boots, 232 boots made for my warrior.
Wait, you mean the Belt of Titans?
No, the Conquest singing belt of the singing blade, or whatever the fuck it's called.
Oh, thought you had that.
Nope.
Yeah, that's a fucking good one.
I actually had to get it because I needed to have the extra hit for wearing the new ring. The new ring.
Oh, I feel that. I think I'm gonna make. Yeah, I've said this a million times, but I'm gonna go unholy and just do it. And because Frost is, I think I'm actually getting carpal tunnel from doing the mouse, from operating my mouse and that rotation. So fucking spam. I don't know what carpal tunnel actually feels like or what it even is really, but I've got this a sore forearm that never stops being sore.
I think that's carpal tunnel. From the it's in the forearm as well as the wrist and hand itself. Wish I could see what your hand looks like when you're doing your rotation.
Another thing with the gems and the enchant on these tanking legs, they have 211 plus 48 stand, so it's like almost 270